get back to Silent Hill 3, the cam hacked playthrough. Hold on, let me kind of adjust audio here. That is pretty loud game audio. Yeah, they're stomping around. That should be a little bit better there. So yeah, we're going to be exploring through the church and final areas. We're going to be finishing this playthrough tonight. Even though it's the final areas, there are a lot of interesting things to take a look at in these last few areas, and I definitely want to get a lot of interesting shots and perspective of things, like just this whole church kind of entry, this main cathedral. A lot of these things, again, this is kind of your, just to reset it, this is kind of your default camera angle, which is not too limiting in this area. You can look around and see quite a bit with even the default. But yeah, being able to like really see up close all these little details in the rafters, and of course all this artwork. Team Silent artist Hiroko Usuda, who we've already pointed out some of her other artwork. She did a lot of environmental artwork for Silent Hill 3 that we talked about earlier in previous parts of this playthrough. And she's also done a lot of the environmental artwork in Silent Hill 4. Really, really talented artist. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Hiroko Usuda artwork. I believe she did all of these like paintings and stained glass images, all sort of somewhat based on like actual religious artwork and imagery, but still very distinctly, you know, part of this cult's religion. That is one thing that I really, really do like about this game in particular. I've always found, I know a lot of fans are not particularly big into the cult aspect of the Silent Hill games. I always found the occult aspect really, really interesting. So being able, like with the first game, you only kind of get little bits and pieces of it through Silent Hill 1, through Dahlia, the way that she talks about things, a couple little notes here and there. You get like the little altar and stuff at the end, and in the Green Lion Antiques, but that's about it. You don't get a whole lot. Here, like getting this whole church and even this sort of like story through this artwork, kind of explaining the cult's beliefs. This is similar to like the Stations of the Cross and things like that for Christianity and Catholicism. It's really, really interesting getting to see a little bit more direct idea of kind of what they had in mind for the belief structure of the cult, and how much more developed it is in this game, seemingly, compared to Silent Hill 1. And there's even a book that we find a little bit later on in this game that kind of explains why things in the cult's belief structure are kind of a little bit different now compared to how some things are described in Silent Hill 1. Would be neat to have a game from the perspective of the Order. Meanwhile, the Foundation. See, that's what's such a shame, because that is a cool idea. Something from the perspective of the Order, and something like Silent Hill Ascension, if executed properly, could have been a neat way to explore that. If it had been like written well and animated better and was actually like interesting, if it had effort put into it, and had something to do with Silent Hill. If instead of the Foundation, it's actually the Order, and you're seeing it from, you know, the perspective of people who are a part of this every day, like trying to perform rituals and make people join their ranks. It's like, what would that be like? That would have been an interesting thing to approach, but then, you know, Ascension didn't really explore that interesting idea. Harkit. Harkit, thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you for the 17 months. Much love. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, missed opportunity for sure. So the nice thing about this artwork, even if you didn't have this nice little cam hack, you get to examine it and get like a nice kind of full screen view of it. Origin. Silent Hill Origins. In the beginning, there was a man named Travis Grady. In the beginning, people had nothing. Their bodies ached, and their hearts held nothing but hatred. They fought endlessly, but death never came. They despaired, stuck in the eternal quagmire. Even without that, it's nice being able to, like, get really close. Move Heather over here so I kind of don't examine it by accident. I don't know. Based on that expression, having a good time? What's actually even happening here? Let me let me read this again and kind of look at it in context, right? Origin. In the beginning, people had nothing. Bodies ached, hearts held nothing but hatred. Everyone fought. So this is everyone fighting endlessly, people having nothing, everyone in despair. Sorry, Heather, I'm gonna zoom through your head. I'm just looking at this like, okay, here's this guy. Here's this woman. This person's doing the limbo. Whose foot is this? Is there another unseen? I'm like, that can't be hers or theirs. I'll bring this up to Hiro Usuda on Twitter. He follows me, so maybe I can ask her. What was the inspiration behind this? Whose foot is that? What is the deep lore? I do love this artwork, though. Two, birth. A man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation. A woman offered a reed to the sun and asked for joy. Feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth, God was born from those two people. Can't really see the, like, can't make out text on the little plaques underneath, like the ones in Hillside. Some of these have, like, even as small as they are, you can kind of make out what text and stuff is supposed to be on them, but not quite on these. Yep. What a neat religion. Hey, I got a snake. Hey, I've got a reed. Let's set little girls on fire. Eventually, they somehow reach that conclusion. Don't ask me. I don't understand religion. Oh, there's like a little, like a little something kneeling over there. A little golem, little Smeagol hiding in the corner. Three, salvation. I like this artwork. This is one of my favorite ones out of this like series of paintings. God made time and divided it into day and night. God outlined the road to salvation and gave people joy, and God took endless time away from the people. Way to go, God. Also, the idea of kind of dividing day and night, maybe an implication of like that is the noticeable divide between like reality and otherworld. But yeah, I just really like the look of this one with like the red flowing dress just kind of like overtaking this background and element of the image. Her hair is like drawn upwards like fire and everything. The whole thing is sort of just depicted as like flame without being overtly just a picture of flames. It still kind of invokes that feeling just through the geometry of it, the color palette of it. Always. Nothing rendered outside of the room. I stand corrected. Nothing rendered outside of the room except for this little secret room. Which is interesting. There's a lot of times where they'll do this. We've seen other situations where they do this, usually because there's some sort of like visible window or something where they just need to show like a little bit of a room through, you know, the camera perspective being very limited. You just need to show like a little bit of something, but there's not really any kind of windows or anything like that. Interesting. And now it's only rendered in certain areas. Guess it doesn't do it on that side. Rendered because of when Claudia leaves the scene? Ah, maybe. That's a very good point, Pablo. Since you also have the previous cutscene where Heather confronts Claudia and does her, like, pretend to be Alessa strategy. So maybe this is extended because you have a few little extra shots during that cutscene where they needed to extend this over. And then once it switches over to player control, they just kind of put the wall up there to hide it. I don't think you really, I don't know, I'd have to rewatch that scene. Interesting, though. Hey, Devarin. Hey, Nub, what are you planning for the remake release? I've already pre-ordered Silent Hill 2 Remake on PS5 and PC. So, October 6th at the earliest, as far as I know right now. As soon as it's available to install, I'll have it ready to install. Hopefully that'll be early. And then once it's able to play, as soon as I can play it, I'm going live. I don't have any plans for like, I'll figure all that out once I start playing it, you know? But I'm not going to be like going for anything specific for a first playthrough. I'm just going to be, you know, playing it and trying to enjoy it. Hopefully it's an enjoyable game. The trailers and stuff have made me more hopeful than I was like a couple years ago. The more recent footage and stuff. But yeah, it's probably going to be a very long stream. I expect many long streams after remake release. So with the pre-order, also I've got deluxe edition on PS5 and PC. So that's going to be October 6th, not not the 8th. So it'll be at least 2 days early. I also applied for a review key since there was like Konami put out an offer for content creators and stuff to get keys. I don't know if that gives you access earlier than the 6th, but I went ahead and applied for it anyway. So if I get it, and if it gives me access earlier than that, I'll let people know. But yeah, basically as soon as I can, I'm playing the game. And we're streaming it. Four, creation. God created beings to lead people in obedience to her. The red god, Zuchalbara, the yellow god, Lobsulvith, many gods and angels. Finally, God set out to create paradise, where people would be happy just by being there. I love when we get these little details, little names of deities and stuff. That's my favorite. And Devarin, thank you so much for the 34 months. Welcome back. Thank you. Nice. I think they're waiting to see how the remake performs, and that's why we're not hearing any further info about F, etc. If it bombs, they might just pull the plug. Well, I mean, that's kind of always the idea, you know, is to focus on promoting each thing as it happens. So the remake is the big thing right now. Hopefully things wind up okay for Silent Hill Townfall. Because that one was being developed by No Code, but it was being published by Annapurna, and Annapurna no longer exists. And with Annapurna dissolving, that puts a little bit of strain on Konami to find another publisher for Townfall. Usually that will be okay. Like, No Code can just keep working on the game, and they just need to find another publisher, and hopefully that'll get settled easily. Sometimes that doesn't get settled easily, and it could put Townfall into like an awkward position in terms of releasing and being published and stuff. So hopefully it doesn't affect Townfall too badly. And then yeah, F is like so far off at this point. We don't know hardly anything else about it. 5. Promise. But there God's strength ran out, and she collapsed. All the world's people grieved this unfortunate event, yet God breathed her last. She returned to the dust, promising to come again. Sorry, again, I just want to like take in all the details on these paintings and stuff. All these little creatures, little demons and angels. Even the depiction of like the smaller version of the god, like the child form of herself, kind of being depicted as part of the artwork. Little hints towards like Alessa, obviously referred to as like Saint Alessa. Yeah, she didn't exactly collapse. This is where we know what really happened because we played Silent Hill 1. And this is what the cult basically spun the events of their history and their belief structure around, like, what happened with Alessa. Is that Vatiel on the left in the picture with the kid version of herself? Over here, there's Pyramid Head. See the Pyramid Head? I think there's literally a head inside of a pyramid shape. But that could be just the like texture of it. And then you got this guy. There's another room we're gonna go and explore after this. There's multiple different like people who are revered as saints in this version of the cult's beliefs. There is Saint Alessa, but there is also Saint Jennifer, which is Jennifer Carroll, who's referenced in Silent Hill 2, and then Saint Nicholas, who is supposed to be, you know, a one of the cult's like doctors. So this could potentially be some depiction of like Saint Nicholas, good old Santa Claus. I think it's a different Saint Nicholas, but who knows? James is remembered in the cult's lore. This looks like there's writing on the side of this like end table. It just stands out to me because it makes this look like it's a cardboard box, which wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. You have these like biblical style paintings, and then there's just like a cardboard box with like the shipping instructions visible on the side. Six, faith. So God hasn't been lost. We must offer our prayers and not forget our faith. We wait in hope for the day when the path to paradise will be opened. And I like that they give you this to also kind of give some context as to like this whole time you're sort of listening to all the stuff that Claudia's talking about, and you're just like, she's fucking crazy. And I mean, yeah. But also, now you kind of get an understanding of like the basic idea of her belief structure, like what she's been raised to believe, why she puts so much faith in Saint Alessa to be able to do this, you know, to pursue this goal of bringing back God, of taking everyone to paradise. Weird how the painting has a vagina floor, so that's foreshadowing. to the vagina floor that we're going to jump through before the final boss. You have actual foreshadowing in this image. Very similar, again, to something they did in Silent Hill 2 a couple of times, where, like, when you first enter the Historical Society, there's a painting on the wall showing the roof top area where the final boss fight takes place against Mary or Maria. So it's one of those things that the artists like doing in the Silent Hill games. They like putting in these little visual foreshadowing elements. Very neat. For the sake of YouTube, I'm not going to respond to chat's discussion right now, but YouTube, you all know what they're talking about. The shape of the hole. All these neat, interesting details and cult lore and names of deities that all these creative people put their hearts and souls and effort into writing and coming up with from their imagination. We're all focused on the vagina floor. Oh, gotta get a look at the piano. Get a brand. No brand name. Not a Steinway. Looks like a little goblin man. There's a little hidden gremlin down there. See? There's his ears, his eyes, teeth. Got like braids. Or horns. It's Ludo. It does look like Ludo from Labyrinth. Gotta get a look at this. I mean, we'll pick it up and look at it, but yeah. Whoops. Well, this is awkward. I guess we're doing this now. I didn't mean to go in here yet, but that's the downside to this camera thing. It, you're also controlling Heather while trying to control the camera. So sometimes you interact with stuff you don't mean to. But we can do this. We can see there's nothing rendered outside of this very small room. It's a lot taller than I would have thought it would be. You can see there's some interesting little details in here. Not sure who these are supposed to be photos of. Members of the cult, members of the church. This is like, I don't know. Hard to tell. It's three very kind of jarring portrait styles. And then this one is just sort of like a painting. Perhaps the man is Leonard Wolf? Sure. Perhaps. There's no reason to suspect it any more or less than anyone else, but I'm not here to disprove it. To me, he always looked a little bit like Chief O'Brien from Star Trek. I know I've shown this comparison on streams in the past, but hold on. He looks like the actor Colm Meaney, who plays hold on, let me find a good picture. Looks like Chief Miles O'Brien. See? That's who I see. I just see Colm Meaney. I see Chief O'Brien. I know. Trying to sit here and make a joke. Heather doesn't look amused. This lady is clearly not having a good time. And the audio balancing.
But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, but to purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please, also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
See, a lot of people have kind of gone back and forth on like if this voice is supposed to belong to somebody in particular, but just that story that she describes, like she describes, you know, my poor murdered daughter and also that girl whose life I took. And a lot of people have been like, oh, well, that could be Dahlia, you know, talking about Alessa and Cheryl, like the girl whose life I took. But in every iteration of Dahlia that there is, I guess, other than Shattered Memories alternate universe, but like she is not crying in the confessional. She was a devout follower of her faith, doing what she thought was right for her faith, for her God. She wouldn't be reacting this way? So I really feel like this is kind of just supposed to be an unknown cult member with like similar issues, some parallel things going on in her life. You know, loss of a daughter, killing someone else, you know, wanting the idea of like wanting revenge the same way Heather wants revenge on Claudia. And it's sort of your moment to be like, am I good with revenge? Like, if someone were to ask you for forgiveness over something that they had done, like what you want to do, would you forgive them? So this is kind of the game, kind of like posing that question to the player, which is why like answering it in a specific way gives you points towards the bad ending, the possessed ending. If you're like, yeah, revenge is cool, it's all good.
I forgive you.
Really wish there had been a fully rendered Claudia on the other side, meaning she just left and hid in this almost immediately adjacent room. That was the other theory people had thought about, but like, again, Claudia doesn't have a daughter. There's no lost daughter. There's no mention of Claudia ever having had a daughter or anyone that she would even refer to as something like that. Girl whose life I took could make sense in some ways, but wouldn't she be more upset about like maybe killing Harry? Because that was something she didn't maybe necessarily want to do. Although, never mind, she immediately afterwards says, like, revenge for 17 years ago is why she did it. So, kind of was. Never mind. Claudia doesn't really work in that role either, does she? These are the cult's scriptures. They don't look worth reading. And they are not quite... Oh. Oh, no. We actually did read these earlier. It was Angels something something. In a previous part, these same books were found in Harry Mason's bedroom. I don't think they were meant to be like Harry had cult writings the whole time. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe, like he had a Glophatus after he left Silent Hill. Maybe he did do some further reading and research on the cult. So who knows? But I think it's just a reused book prop. But yeah, these were found in Harry Mason's bedroom. Same books, same covers. Who can this be? It doesn't matter. Don't talk about Chief O'Brien like that. Can't really read that. I think we also saw these book covers earlier as well. And see, that's the thing. Even the tiniest little room, this one little room, a lot of interesting little details in it. Kind of see the little confessional window and everything. Before I stepped in there, I was trying to take a look at this. One of my favorite maps in the entire Silent Hill franchise where this drawing, not this part of it, like this actual map portion, but the drawing on these pages is an actual child's drawing. Like, it was a friend of the child of a friend of one of the members of Team Silent. They're not too specific about it when they mention it, but yeah, it was an actual child's drawing that they scanned in and used for this texture for the map. So all those little like smudges and creases, and just the drawings themselves are all real. It's just an actual kid's artwork, instead of like a professional artist drawing badly to make something look like a child's drawing, which is something that I point out in a lot of the other games, especially later on the Western games like Homecoming. There's a whole thing with collecting Josh's drawings, and they're very clearly, like not a drawing from an actual little kid. But I like the authenticity on stuff like this, where like you can see this is just like scanned in, all these little imperfections, the creases and smudges and fingerprints, and just the drawing itself. There's something very charming about the authenticity of it. Got a church map. Now, every time I try to angle the camera up, it'll open this map. And we'll get to look at this wonderful drawing. Just kidding. As much as I love that map, I want to be able to angle the camera without constantly having the map open. Reload. Not pick it up. See? The player has no control over the camera here. If you try to move the camera around, you just see Heather look around. By forcing the camera, using this mod, you can look up towards the light. There's a light bulb in there and everything. Doesn't even need to be. God damn it. All the way up? No, it doesn't. But again, the player can't even see that far over, since you can't adjust the camera at all. Just getting a nice top view look at this hallway. At least the way that it looks now. And this area is kind of split up between two rooms. So you can't run directly through this gate. You have to go into this room right here that's not rendered, and then back out into this hallway to get over here. But you can see this hallway is still rendered. It even has the enemy just chilling over here. We got an insane cancer just hanging out. Even though we've got, like, the game has to go through a load zone for us to get here. But he's already rendered in. Just let him sleep. Yeah. He's big eepy. Hey, what's up, Crook? Hey, Geralt. Can't wait for Silent Hill 2 remake. Was skeptical at first, but not as much after seeing recent gameplay. Like to see more Silent Hill installations as well as remakes of all 4 originals. I mean, ultimately, again, Bloober's not my favorite team of developers in the world, but I still want them to do well. You know, I still want the game to be good. And yeah, I completely agree. My expectations were extremely low a couple of years ago when, like, the announcement was official. And the most recent gameplay and commentary from the developers and trailers and everything is definitely made things seem better. Again, I don't think this is going to ever be... The game can never be a replacement for the original. And I don't think there's just... The original is such a classic. It would be impossible to tell, like, if a version of a game completely overtakes. Because you think about something like Resident Evil, I think is probably the closest example that we have, right? You think about the original Resident Evil, like Resident Evil 1 on PlayStation, versus the first time Resident Evil 1 got remade, you know, like GameCube and stuff like that. And these days, now, like, however many years since those 2 versions of Resident Evil have come out and existed, you know, 20 years since the first remake or whatever. When people say, I'm going to play Resident Evil, what do you think? What comes to your mind first? Do you think Resident Evil remake, like GameCube style, nice 3D models of Jill and Chris and stuff? Or do you think, wow, what a mansion, like polygon, terrible voice acting PlayStation 1 Resident Evil? Because I feel like remake, in the minds of most people, overtook the original in the case of Resident Evil. I feel like other than very specific people, very specific fans or speedrunners or anything, your average person who's saying, like, I'm going to play Resident Evil 1, they're not going to play Resident Evil 1 on the PlayStation. They're going to play some variation of the remake. I don't think Silent Hill 2 Remake will be that. I don't think it will be the game that 20 years from now, when people say Silent Hill 2, that's going to be what they think of. But I don't think it's going to be a bad game either. At this point, I don't think it's going to be bad. I could still be wrong. We've still only seen so much. But yeah, that's just kind of the impression that I get. It's not going to be this big game changer for the series. It's not going to be like, again, the thing that people think of first and foremost when they think Silent Hill 2, but I don't think it's going to be a bad experience. Shit. Why is my emulator so laggy? Keep stuttering. Oh, and also the audio is super loud again. I turned it up for the vocals in the confessional. Sorry about that. Blowing everybody's ears out with the shotgun. Something was written here, but it's too faint to read. The notes stuck in the board frame aren't anything either. Too faint to read. You can sort of see some letters. Like, that looks like an H. This looks kind of like a C and like a lowercase h or a B or something. Kinda. Any goblin faces on the whiteboard? That's why we gotta check. Why we need to look. Who knows how many goblin faces could be hiding right under our nose. Also, of course, let's get a good look at this closer variation, because now we're starting to get some new enemy variations. And the closers now have this crawly, blurry green texture around them for this section of the game. Really, really cool stuff. Closer, but with the flu. Hey, Lazy Tiger. Heather has started, maybe. I think it's a couple of things, personally. Like, the way I've always kind of interpreted this last segment of the game, it's a parallel to Nowhere in Silent Hill 1, first of all. So you're kind of at the end of the game where things have just gotten as crazy as possible. Everything is sort of building to a crescendo, and you really feel that that level of chaos and just absurdity through Nowhere in Silent Hill 1, where it's just a mishmash of all these different areas. You're in the school, and then you're in the church, and like nothing makes sense the way any of it connects. So being able to get that kind of aspect here at the end of Silent Hill 3, have that parallel where you're in the church, but then you go through a door and you're in a library. You go through a door and you're back in Harry and Heather's apartment. You go through a door and, you know, you're in Alessa's sick room in Alchemilla. And it's, again, just sort of all of these areas coming together nonsensically. But now they also have the ability, like, technology-wise, for PlayStation 1, they couldn't really do those enemy variants with the limited memory of the PS1. Now with PlayStation 2 hardware, with Silent Hill 3, we can add these extra blurry, you know, neat effects to have these enemy variants that are just as chaotic as the environment. So instead of just having the areas and everything sort of be nonsensical and unfamiliar, kind of a mishmash of things, you've also got enemies not appearing the way that they normally would to kind of add to that effect. I feel like it's just a way to build up the craziness. Like, everything has been getting just crazier and crazier as the game goes on. The other world has been getting more and more abrasive every time we wind up in it. And I feel like that's supposed to kind of reflect the god in Heather gradually growing, like, as it becomes more real, as it grows, as it becomes more tangible, more part of this reality. It's having a bigger and stronger effect. That's why I really wanted to take my time and look around at a lot of these details in this section of the game. Is this a person? Not quite, maybe, but I don't feel like pulling back the sheets to see. Don't worry, he's fine. He's just chilling. We'll just come over here, take a look at this wheelchair. Take a look at this little area below the ground. I always like seeing how they render all these little areas because of all the chain link that you can just sort of see through. So they try to make sure that there's something for the player to see on the other side of it, instead of just putting like a void or something there. You get this weird impression of like a floor kind of not attached to anything just below the grate. Let me go ahead and kill this. Sorry, buddy. Oh, he's doing the wiggly arms. Nah, he's fine. He should get up again, I think. If I don't finish him here? Yeah, there we go. We get some animations. Oh. Hey, buddy. Oh! This is not the camera view that I want. It's hard to fight and not... Stop it. These are the rooms. There's a lot of rooms like this with static camera angles where you can't normally adjust the camera at all. But I'm really looking forward to looking around the most. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, Heather is walking in and out of the depth of field effect for the lamp. So it makes things go blurry. That's funny. Because normally, so here's the default camera angle. And if you try to move the camera, Heather just looks around, showing that the camera is locked. So there is a view here. Yeah, when you come over to the desk, it gives you this little cinematic view from like the lamp's point of view of and it does this depth of field effect where everything kind of blurs. So if you're messing around with the camera, if Heather's in position to make that depth of field effect happen, it just kind of, you see it happen on everything. Interesting. Did not mean to leave. Got the cassette. lamp POV playthrough when? Yeah, that would be a fun playthrough. Play the entirety of Silent Hill 3 from this lamp, from their perspective. So it'll just be a 9-hour video of this, like an empty room. Like, hang on. I can just position the camera over here. There you go. So Heather's not in the shot, right? So there, it's just an empty room. This is Silent Hill 3 from the lamp's perspective. Just this for like 9 hours. And then Heather walks in here for like 10 seconds, picks up those bullets, looks at the card, and then leaves. That's the lamp's perspective of Silent Hill 3. That's my video. I'm going to steal that idea. And that'll be my April Fool's Silent Hill 3 playthrough next year. I'll upload it to YouTube. It'll be like a 12-hour playthrough. And it's just going to be the first 11 hours of just this screen for like 11 hours. And then after that, you'll see Heather just walk in, look at the desk for like a second, come over here, grab these, and then leave. And then about 1 more hour of this perspective without Heather in the shot. And then the game ends. Then cut to credits. There's so many weird things in all the wall textures during this part too. It's such a, like, even just more than just combining all of, like, Silent Hill 1 has nowhere, and it, from room to room, it's like different places, right? So you're in Alchemilla, and then you're in Midwich, etc., etc. Here, like, these are like the tiled walls from Brookhaven. But then you also have the sheeted, sort of messed up coverings from the Hilltop Center. So it's already, even just the wall textures themselves are a combination of different things, different areas. This always threw me off so much because there's like numbers and letters written along the walls. And I can remember, you know, playing this for the first time back in 2003. Shit. 21 years ago. And I can remember this part thinking, oh no, do I need to remember this? Is this like for a puzzle? Are these numbers important? Heather doesn't say anything if you try to examine them, but they're very clearly there. Some of them especially, like this one, I can remember like C9, even if you're playing, you know, on a PS2, on a CRT, a lot of people are like, you can't see this much detail playing on like an old CRT setup. This kind of stuff you still absolutely could see. let's be honest, if you're playing with that camera the entire game, you would never know where you are at any point, and it would be much longer than 9 hours. I mean, true. No, I didn't want to do that. There we go. Do they go through? They do. Look. There's another little heel print under the painting. Can't even see. Oh, we're going to get to look at Vatiel when he's crawling around in these little side tunnels here in a little bit. This is what I mean. There's so many neat things in this last section of the game to look at with a free cam. Some more Hiroko Usuda artwork. And it's actually, you can see buildings and stuff in the background. It's too bad I can't rotate the camera that way. But yeah, if you sort of view this, like this should be the top of the painting. So you can see there's like some sort of tower coming up here. Although there's like random floating cubes, that could be more of an abstract thing. But this looks like a building, like some sort of tower or chapel in the background. And this is an angel falling. There's a picture here of an angel flying into the heavens. Nothing special. I got it backwards. I get the feeling there's something behind this picture, though. That girl's cries and footsteps disappeared beyond it after all. Will you move the picture of the angel? Devin, welcome back. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 5 months. Hope you're doing well. So, okay, it's the other way around. So the clouds and stuff, this is the top of the painting. The angel is flying into the heavens. Even knowing that, that's not like how I interpret it. It looks more like she's falling. Falling with style. Of course, wheelchair. I've already seen several different wheelchair props. It's a constant running visual theme in the Silent Hill series that starts with Silent Hill 1. Alessa was originally very badly burned and being kept in a secret basement room of Alchemilla Hospital. And the only way to move Alessa around the hospital as necessary was either on a gurney, on a hospital bed, which is why those are also a recurring theme, or in a wheelchair, which we see Alessa in her actual form burned in a wheelchair at the end of Silent Hill 1. That's true, Crook. And yeah, Hiroko Usuda, she is a really great artist. She's done a ton of art for a lot of things, but yeah, she's mentioned that before, that growing up, she was banned from doing this type of art, like horror and religious theme and stuff like that. And video games. He wasn't allowed to play video games. And then went on to become, an artist for one of the most prolific horror series ever. Also a little halo of the sun hidden over here, tucked up above this door. Again, here is the default camera. So you can move the camera a little bit by default, but this is as much of an angle. Doesn't even let you look up if you get too close. But if you get there and look up, you can just barely see the bottom edge of it. But then with the free camera, you can get right up there and see that full halo of the sun. Makes perfect sense considering the giant halo of the sun in this room. We get to look around this room. There's a bell in here. This is like a bell tower. The contrast of her artwork here compared to other titles she worked on. She's also just a fan of things. She's like she's big into Dungeons and Dragons and Baldur's Gate 3. So she's done a lot of fan art of like Asterion and stuff like that. Really great artist. I love Hiro Usuda's artwork. But yeah, she did all of these paintings and a lot of the environmental stuff that you find around the church. Saint Jennifer, unwavering faith under death's blade. Forgot about that. She's also done artwork for Magic the Gathering. There's some official Magic the Gathering cards that she did the art for. Masahiro Ito recently did some Magic the Gathering card artwork as well. So now there are 2 Team Silent artists that you can get Magic cards of. Like official, actual Magic cards. Saint Jennifer, unwavering faith under death's blade. So there's Jennifer Carroll, one of the cultists referenced in Silent Hill 2. You find a memorial to her in Rosewater Park. So you can see at this point, she's revered among the cultists as a saint. Then you have Saint Asmongold. Saint Nicholas. Miraculous hands, a doctor of God. Don't know as much about St. Nicholas. We know a little bit about Jennifer Carroll because of her monument, persecuted by the Christians. There's a good chance that the cultist prison cell in Silent Hill 2 belonged to her. St. Nicholas, I'm less sure about. Don't really know. We don't get a whole lot of like cross-reference information on him, who he's supposed to sort of represent. And then, of course, Saint Alessa, Mother of God, Daughter of God. This picture, that's me. I'm holding the baby, and I'm the baby being held. The me that wanted death and disappeared with God 17 years ago, and the me here and now that sought life. I'm glad that Heather really sort of spells that out, because I know so many people, and even then, this is still an optional room, but I know a lot of people who play this game and like still don't fully grasp the whole like Heather was Alessa, but also Cheryl kind of. It's a weird storyline, you know, the magic powers and reincarnation and whatnot, but I really like the way Heather very bluntly describes, like, as though she's recalling this moment, like the end of Silent Hill 1, when everything's on fire. That's essentially this, you know, what this is a representation of. This is the ending of Silent Hill 1. Alessa, her soul had been reunited. Cheryl and Alessa's soul had been reunited. Alessa herself, referred to as the incubator at the end of Silent Hill 1, had the god growing inside of her through Kaufman and Harry's interference. The god is forced out, incomplete. Harry kills the god, and Alessa, before she dies, basically reincarnates, passes her soul into a newborn, and gives that newborn to Harry, who he then just raises as Cheryl, basically Cheryl number 2. I had one Cheryl, found her on the road, raised her for 7 years. She wound up rejoining with Alessa, but now I've got another baby, and then that is the baby that grows up to be Heather. But it is still a very complicated concept for a lot of people to grasp, especially on a first playthrough. Especially if you didn't play Silent Hill 1. That's why I always highly recommend people to, if you've never played a Silent Hill game, you can jump into like 2 without playing anything else. But 3, you really got to play 1 first for everything to like hit right, you know? It makes a lot of specific moments and animation and artwork and reference make sense. You understand so many of the other parallels between Heather and Harry, and you have a much deeper understanding of Alessa and how that life and those events would have impacted Heather at this point. This is just such a cool looking room as well. All the chains. The chains and the bells. The giant halo of the sun here. All right. Let's move on. Oh. Since I didn't move the painting and go through the first time, this event actually resets. Something that most people don't really know about or see too often, considering very, very rarely does anybody examine the painting, get the option to move it, and then say no. Like Heather describes in 3 different paragraphs, like here's reasons that girl's footsteps and cries, they went right behind this painting, we should probably move it, will you move it? Very few people are gonna pick no and then go off and come back to it later. But yeah, that resets the event. The crying in the footsteps. Or 4 too, I guess. 4 works pretty well as a standalone. I think there is a certain fun element of playing 4 after 2. Even though the stories themselves are not directly linked, it's a lot more interesting playing 4 and realizing, like, oh, Frank Sunderland, as in James Sunderland, and then kind of getting that revelation, as well as the little references to, like, I mean, Walter himself, getting the notes and things throughout Silent Hill 2 about Walter Sullivan and how that kind of coincides with his character in 4. So 4 also does have some little ties to 1 and 3. There's references to Alessa. There's references to Dahlia. So 4 benefits from having played the games before it as well. 2, I feel it like is the best one for kind of like a standalone experience. Oh, he goes all the way back in, like clips through the wall. Then we kind of have this underground area. That's funny that he actually goes through the wall there. He's never able to really see that. Even though you can see the wall. Oh, look at that. You can see it even with the normal camera. I just never really noticed he, like, clips into the wall there. That's Vatiel? I mean, that is definitely the Vatiel model. Unless there are multiple entities that are intended... Because there are very similar looking creatures. Even Pyramid Head is, like, based around this design. Masahiro Ito has said that, like, it's meant to sort of look like deformed versions of the cultists' robes. With, like, the stitching on the back and stuff like that, but... Despite there being creatures with, like, similar appearances, this one specifically is like Vatiel's model. What that dog doing? He's trying to find his contact lenses. One of them fell out. He doesn't know where it is. He knows it's around here somewhere. Just a wheelchair. There's not even anyone in it. This, covered with a sheet. Nope. I won't even peek. I will. There's nothing. Just like the other ones. Just once, randomly, it would be great if I go to look under one of these and it's like, oh, there's a horrible corpse. No one ever knew. high-ranking cult members who wear that kind of clothing and red marks, if I remember correctly. I mean, it depends. They sort of the details of the cult and stuff kind of vary a little bit from game to game, and but yeah, that is something that Ito had originally talked about, is kind of designing those creatures around not necessarily, I guess, high-ranking cult members, but just the cult members of like that distant past that they show in like the prison and the historical society in like Silent Hill 2. It's something that's, I guess, like less common in the cult, you know, current day, present time of the story happening. But Pyramid Head and Vatiel have those robes the way that cult members of the distant past had. Pyramid Head's difference being the head, which is supposed to be the executioners. Specifically, the executioners wore big pointed hoods. Then we got this goober. Variation of the missionary boss. A little bit smaller and weaker version called Scrapers. And speaking of cult members, these guys actually have some very human-like qualities as well. Aside from just kind of looking humanoid in general, in their appearance, their limbs and everything. But it's hard to tell. Here, try and pause it. But you can see where the hood splits open here and is stitched across. You can see there's like a human face. They actually have like a mouth and teeth and a nose. So there is like a humanoid face underneath all of this. Kind of the implication that these are maybe representing old, you know, previous members of the cult, people who were sacrificed, people who were devout and passed and are now similar to like Leonard. The way Leonard is sort of a creature, but with a purpose. He believed himself so strongly to be the defender of the god's seal, the seal of Metatron, that he kind of became that. So these are sort of like devout members of the cult who become creatures similar to Leonard in a way. Ow. Yeah, he's good. I love the flamethrower animations. Everything just goes fucking nuts. There's been a few things you barely see normally. Random example, but I always wonder if you'll find anything like the little toy train hidden where no one would typically look in Super Mario Galaxy when doing this cam hack stuff. I guess there's been a few things you barely see normally, like the worm by the ladder in the hospital. I mean, yeah, we've already looked at a lot of little things that are not normally visible by default. Things that players would not be able to see without a cam hack. And even among those things, people have done cam hack playthroughs and free cam stuff in the past But even among that, I found during this playthrough like little references and things that I haven't seen anybody else talk about online. So legitimately, I have like kind of discovered some stuff doing this, even if it's very minor, you know. What would you say have been some of the craziest or most unexpected things so far? I mean, again, it's not anything like, oh my god, super insane. Look at this character model that was never used and just sitting here out of bounds. It's nothing that, you know, mind blowing. But for example, in Hilltop Center, one of my favorite little things that I found during this playthrough, there's a gallery in the Hilltop Center, and there's little tags underneath all the paintings with writing on them. And normally you can't look at those tags closely enough to see what the writing says. And if you examine it, like Heather says that it's like the price of the painting and the name of the painting, but that's not what's actually like written on them on the texture. So I zoomed the camera in and I was able to make out Hijimi, what was it? Himiji? I'm forgetting the actress's name now. Hiriji. Hiriji Kojima, who is a, you know, famous Japanese actress. So her name is just used as the text. Yeah, and that's what caught my eye was her last name is Kojima, and her like it was hard to read the first name. So it started with an H, and I was like, oh, is this a little Hideo Kojima reference at first? But as I was able to read the text more clearly, I looked it up. I could see that it was this Japanese actress instead. So again, a little reference that's in the game that I looked up, you know, tried to find online, see if anybody else had talked about this, and nobody did. That sort of stuff makes my day. Like, as small and insignificant as something like that is, it's just a neat little Easter egg, a little reference to an actress that, as far as I know, nobody else really knew was there before. Little things like this. Here's a book we can pick up and we'll be able to examine closer in a little bit. But you can still see like the pages and the artwork on it clearly before it's even picked up. Little details that, you know, that doesn't need to be there. You don't really need to see it until you pick up and examine the item out of your memos or out of your inventory, right? Can we check to see if Vincent's rendered out of bounds? Well, because the cutscenes are done differently, I imagine he sort of spawns in during the cutscene segment. So yeah, he's not going to be rendered anywhere here at this point. Because I mean, the cutscenes are for Silent Hill 3 for the most part are done in engine. But the way the game still does sort of a switch between like gameplay mode and cutscene mode. So whenever it does that switch, it loads in those different assets compared to the way that the assets are for gameplay when you're just walking around. These books look like real mind benders. I think I'll leave them alone for now. There's a book on tarot. Tarot was based on the 22 Hebrew consonants and is said to represent the entire world. Each card, numbered 0 through 21, has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician, signifies creation, wisdom, beginnings, or destruction and fraud. The second card, the High Priestess, denotes intuition, harmony, faith, or dogmatism and arrogance. According to some texts, the Gardner deck had more than 22 cards. The Gardner deck does not exist today. It is mentioned only in the literature. It is said that these extra cards were based on lost Hebrew vowels and denoted an otherworldly, transcendental existence, i.e. God. Little explanation, short explanation on tarot, since we've got this tarot card puzzle during this segment of the game, and it explains why there is an extra card, the Eye of Night, compared to a normal tarot deck. You can see that is not this one, though. This is the Moon. That up in a moment. Little interesting thing here. So, because now I hacked in, oh, I'm almost dead. So I cheated in all of the items in the game. So I've got all the weapons, I've got all the items, and this is a new game file, though. So even though I'm wearing like New Game Plus costumes and I've got some New Game Plus weapons, like the flamethrower, this is a new game file. So doing this on New Game, this little paper right here, you can see where it says like 1, 2, 3. Got like a list of things. You can't examine this on New Game. But on New Game Plus, this is an optional puzzle. It's an optional riddle. And when you solve it, it gives you a sequence of letters and numbers. And if you type those letters and numbers into the costume typewriter, like unlock mode from the main menu, it unlocks one of the costumes. That's the Royal Flush puzzle, which unlocks this costume. Which is funny because it's just like a weird it's a weird mishmash of card things. Like we have tarot cards going on in the main puzzle, in the main game. Then this puzzle, this optional puzzle, uses like playing cards, like poker cards, as part of the riddle. And then the costume itself are like Hanafuda cards. Kind of interesting. We'll go back to God of Thunder, though. All right. Let's talk to Vincent. Get our tarot card and talk to Vincent.
Hiya, Heather.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is, that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you? Oh no. Don't worry. It's just a joke. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
Are they actually monsters? Yes. It's just a prank, bro. They are manifestations. They are beings that are being created from the spiritual power of the town. Now, if you're a cultist, you might see something like that as a holy deity, a being of your faith, what you might think of as like an angel, which could sort of be what Vincent's referring to, but mostly he's trying to get a rise out of Heather. Heather was standing there looking smug and it pissed him off, and he wanted to kind of get back at her. So he made her second guess what she's been doing this whole time. One little line. Sheet of paper here, but it's blank. Angels to some, demons to others. All I'm saying is Masahiro Ito drew them, and he calls them monsters. So, they're monsters. For some, objects of lust. For some, aka monster fuckers. Anything can be an object of lust if you're brave enough. Or horny enough. It is Ito. We know his true portfolio. True. Just want to get a good look at this little... Like, when people... These days, it's become such common, like, vocabulary to hear the word, like, liminal space in references to, like, horror. It's become, you know, a more popularized subject people are familiar with, but I want to talk about creepy liminal spaces in Silent Hill games. Stuff like this. It's not a particular room. It's not like a particular area. It's just where you need to go to get from place to place. This elevator and these sort of just building fronts with doors just out in a void. Really cool. Big fan of these sort of in-between hallways that are still just super creepy. I can move the camera back. We can see it's not like a visual trick. A lot of games, when you do elevators, you don't actually have to like do the elevator. It doesn't have to work. You just use it as a way to sort of teleport your character model with a load screen or a cutscene or whatever. Here, you can actually pull the camera back and see like every floor is there. The elevator shaft is there. It's actually moving Heather from floor to floor. Cool little detail. I like that a lot of things in the first 4 Silent Hill games, Team Silent just does them in a very practical sense. They do things in a very practical way, even if it's not necessarily efficient. And I think that gives a lot of distinct feeling to the game. That there are a lot of things that they could have done. They could have taken shortcuts. These are well-known shortcuts to, you know, game developers. Ways to hide graphics, ways to cut down on memory and, you know, just to be more efficient. And no, there's a lot of times where it's like, screw efficiency. Sometimes you just want to render the entire elevator shaft and all these floors or a full staircase from top to bottom, you know, instead of just making it a looping environment or, you know, whatever.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
Mini Moto Dragon. Welcome back. Thank you so very much. Appreciate the 8 months. This is my favorite thing today. So happy I caught at least a little bit of the finale. Thank you so much for everything, Nub. Hey, thank you so much for just enjoying what I do. And I really appreciate the resub. Thank you for the support. That lets me keep doing this. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. As said, I know I absolutely love this. Like, I've played this game countless times over the last 21 years since its release. Being able to do something different and new, see it from new perspectives, look at things up close in ways that I haven't before, might seem fairly simple, but brings me a lot of joy. So I'm glad everyone can watch and just enjoy with me. Because I'm just a nerd. I'm just a nerd who loves doing this shit. If I didn't have a stream and I figured out how to set up this free cam, I would just be doing this on my own. Talking to nobody. So the fact that you're here and you enjoy it too means the world to me. Thank you. The camera doesn't even go down that far normally. Why would they make the area that big? That's exactly what I'm saying. So much of this is overkill, but it is, different people, different parts of the team are designing like the levels, the actual environments, versus the drama director or the camera director, as they're usually referred to in the credits. They're different parts of the team, so a lot of times the environment guys, they got to make something and they don't know what exactly the drama camera guys are going to do with that environment. So they don't know, is like, okay, is the camera angle going to be directly behind Heather? Is it going to be directly in front of Heather? Is the player going to have control over the camera, or is it going to be a static camera? Those are decisions, that are made after the fact, after the environment needs to be made. So maybe at some point they were like, wouldn't it be cool if Heather just looks down and sees all of this? And then maybe they thought, that doesn't look as good as we want it to, so let's limit the camera. But by that point, you've already rendered and made all of this. There's no sense to cut it after it's already there, even if the player can't normally see most of it. God, I love the audio and stuff in these areas too. This ambient audio, it's just so weird and like muffled and creepy. And a lot of this, I swear, looks like imagery. Like this looks like hands, like fingers, and it looks like there are images and stuff here that are just being twisted and stretched and distorted to make a lot of these textures. Am I misremembering, or is Vatiel supposed to be there in the background? Later, at a similar junction. Is that Pyramid Head? It does sort of look like Pyramid Head, doesn't it? Could also just be, I think it's, is it Vatiel? Is it is it Vatiel on the Veil? Unused artwork or concept artwork? It might be concept artwork, actually. Give me a moment. Let me see if I have that concept artwork. Checking. Because I remember seeing some concept art that kind of looked similar. Specifically that hand, yeah. Not Nothing quite exactly there, but there is some similar concept art. Here, I'm going to put a link in chat if anybody wants to look through. There's Silent Hill Memories, Silent Hill 3 creature concept art. You can see there's some Vatiel images in there that are kind of similar. If you want to look at those. Nothing exact enough to like match up to what's on screen, but just so you can get an idea of kind of what I'm seeing, like these sort of similarities in a lot of Ito's artwork. This like very straight geometric shape right here that's very much kind of like a cage. Clearly this like sort of deformed hand, very distinct like finger positions. Really neat that there's just this much detail for a wall texture that most people are not really paying attention to. You can see it's repeated again up there. The whole thing is just kind of repeated over and over, but very neat. Now we have this like nightmare version of Harry Mason's bedroom in the apartment that he and Heather share. We looked around the actual bedroom after Harry's death. You can see in this like nightmare version. Oh, look at that. There's a crucifix left behind on the bed, as well as all the wilted flowers. Bloodstain going from the bed, trailing onto the floor, like Harry either got up and left, or more likely, it's not really footsteps, like somebody dragged Harry's body away. I don't think any of this is supposed to imply anything necessarily like really happening, just sort of, this is the other world, like this is nowhere. All of Heather's horrible memories and different versions of ideas in her mind, all sort of manifesting, memories of places all sort of manifesting on top of each other in a chaotic way. The best way to try to describe like nowhere as it's referred to. But still, I think Heather being scared, you know, the idea of someone defiling her father's corpse. This room looks just like Dad's. It's more than just a resemblance. Dad's not sleeping in the bed, though. He wasn't sleeping in the bed when you last left him, also. There's a musty diary on the bed. You do find this diary, though. This writing, is this Dad's diary? Why would it be here? I sometimes have the sense, even now, that that girl is a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. Or was that Alessa? Now Cheryl is Alessa again.
Rams, the next town over.
Hey, Hirimi, thank you so much for the 70 months, man. Very much appreciated. Hope you're doing well tonight. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. But that name was a mistake. At the time, I thought of her only as a replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Thanks, Dad. So I was Alessa after all. But I do have just a trace of one more memory left. I haven't forgotten my sweet and gentle mother. I always found that line really interesting. I like Heather sort of reflecting on her dad's writing. And there's a little bit of a bitterness to it, like, why couldn't you have been more honest with me about who I was? you know, she's like, so I was Alessa after all. And then that last little comment about her dear sweet mother. She still remembers her sweet mother. I was like, there's a couple of ways to kind of interpret that. You could interpret it sincerely, and she's referring to Harry Mason's late wife, Jody, who helped raise Cheryl for the first 4 years until she passed away. And you don't hardly ever learn anything about Jody. You don't even get Jody's name in Silent Hill 1. Like, you get Jody's name from supplementary material. It's in like the novelization and side stuff. Excuse me, my throat is fucking up already. Was it a car accident or something? I don't think it specifies. I think she got sick. I think illness. I think Harry does say illness in Silent Hill 1 when he's explaining it to Sybil. That's after the Sybil carousel scene, if you don't kill her. But Harry explains that his wife died. But yeah, you never learn hardly anything about Jody Mason. But she is, you know, a good mother while she was around for the years that she was raising Cheryl. So it's like you can interpret that line as Heather remembering Jody Mason, or you could read it sort of sarcastically, where when she's saying, you know, my sweet mother, that it's almost like a sarcastic thing in that she's referring to Dahlia. But I feel like if that were the case, the way Heather's attitude is, it would be more straightforward. Like, that was her intention. That it was, that there would be more snark, more sass in the way that that's described if that were the case. So I think it is supposed to be sincere, kind of referring to Jody. That's the line. Thank you, Reaver. We had no children of our own. My wife was sick, and she wasn't getting any better. When Harry is talking about adopting Cheryl. Like trying to look at all these little photos and things. And then the lighting. I love all the orange areas with this like really orange distinct lighting in Silent Hill 3. Very reddish orange. All right. Rumi is bringing home chips and dip. Hell yeah. I've actually got some tortilla chips and queso sitting in the kitchen. Maybe that's what I'll have after the stream. One wall is covered with what looks like lockers. Inside, no. Never mind. With this rotting stench throughout this place, anyone can guess what's inside. I'll just want to puke if I take a look. Chill out, it's nothing. See what this looks like from the side, because I noticed only the ones that are open, yeah, I actually have something rendered. Whoa, there's like a whole nother floor up here. Yeah, you never really get to see too much of the top part of this room with the default camera. Crazy. Even just, like I said, little things in the environment like this, just the way they kind of constructed this area. Really cool. Then you can get a better look at these body bags and stuff. Look, this one's got little tags, little zippers and stuff on it that are visible. Even though you'd never see that end of the bag, there's probably some of them where you can see that, yeah. A little bit more clearly. Oh, the legs sticking out of this one. Yeah, you can see the zipper actually, even the zippers and stuff are like where they're supposed to be. Because there's two zippers on the one that we just looked at that's closed. And here you can see there's like one on that side, one on that side, where you would zip it from both ends. His piggies are poking out. Yeah. Cool detail. You know, still visible with the default camera, but definitely not that clearly. The body in here is just legs. No full body. Just a pair of legs. No. That one's sticking out of the bag too. Much more pronounced angle. I didn't realize how many variations of like body bags there actually were in here. Because at first glance, it doesn't seem like they're that different. It just seems like, okay, there's a bunch of them throughout the room. But they're all kind of unique, except for like a couple of them. This one's like all taped up. Like that one. This one laying face down on the gurney. It's got one foot poking out. Is the other foot just like missing? Missing a leg? Missing a foot? See this texture just to kind of give the implication that there's more bags hidden behind the sheet with the zipper poking out, even though the full bags are not like rendered back here. This one's not even in a bag, just barely covered with like a bloody sheet. Very reminiscent of the part of the prison in Silent Hill 2, where you go through a room and it's just the corpse disposal, just a hole with gurneys and bodies and stuff on either side. You've also got like fucking hooks and chains and stuff going on. More bodies stuffed into the barrels. With all this blood, I should easily be able to cast a spell to regrow my hair. You just have to have faith. If you believe it'll work, it can manifest. That's how the power works. What does she look at out there? I just got back. I've had enough. What do you mean? Out here? It's either that or with sexy beam, something shoots out here. Oh yeah. You'll automatically target. There's like a weird target point in one of these spots. I don't remember if it's here or if it's in the part where Vatiel is. I think it's in the other part when Vatiel shows up. But yeah, I don't think it'll work with any of the other weapons, but it works with the homing effect on the sexy beam, the heather beam. Trying to see if she'll eventually aim. Yeah, I don't think it's here. But yeah, you're right. It's a very weird thing. There is just like a random lock-on point kind of floating out in nowhere. I think it's just probably remnants of something that maybe got cut. And that flag for something for Heather to like lock onto is still there. All right. I love this music track as well. Whoops. Why are you not dying? What is this? What the fuck? This is not normal enemy behavior. I don't know what it's doing. Why is it this slow? And just doing this poke, what is this? That was weird. I've played this game I don't even know how many times, and I don't think I've ever seen a pendulum move like that. It also took like 5 shotgun blasts and would not fall down, so that was something weird going on. Like broke its animation cycle or something where it was supposed to fall. Oh, and there's like these floating hooks. Are these attached to something? Nope. Game might have freaked out being so close to the edge of the walkway. Yeah, it might have been confusing, like, where the enemy could fall into the void or, like, fall onto the walkway. There's, like, a very distinct red mark there. See, here is where we've got Vatiel and Fukudo Nurse. Actually, it's not even Fukudo Nurse. It is just one of the Bob cut Brookhaven nurses. It's the one with a gun, even. It's specifically the one holding the revolver. Oh, that's cool. When Heather turns away from and turns her light off, they just sort of silhouette. Although that makes it kind of a pain to look at them in detail. Imagine the joys of animating that. I'm sure between Ito and Sato and anyone else, I'm sure they had a great time. Doing what they love. Oh, that's kind of cool. But yeah, you can see Heather turns and her head actually looks at something up here. It's not like at Vatiel. You can see it's like something else. But I'm not touching the camera. Like, I'm not moving Heather's head in that direction. She's automatically locking on to something over here. So there's like an invisible point just sort of floating around up here that Heather will focus on. And if you use the Heather beam, the orbs will like track over here. I don't know why. Can you show us? This is a new game playthrough. So, like, all the new game plus that I have in my inventory was cheated in.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
I guess I might be able to cheat in. I don't know if it'll work on... Like, I can cheat in weapons, but because of the properties of Heatherbeam, I don't know if I can cheat it in on New Game. I think it has to be extra New Game. Regulus, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, this is a cheated inventory cam hack New Game playthrough. So I don't have anything. I don't have the Heatherbeam to like lock on. Like I said, let me see. Pause for a moment. Save my game real quick, just in case something breaks. Things. Remember. I had to mess with the cheats directory. Properties. FPS patch, widescreen patch. Cheats enabled. There it is. Cam hack cheat, all items cheat, all weapons have specifically something for Heatherbeam.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
Have beam codes. Let's see if that works. Hey, 3Dog. Thank you so much for the 75 months. Really appreciate it, dog. All right, let's see if this gave me the Heatherbeam. Did your Heather and Claudia turn completely blue at the end of Silent Hill 3 HD Collection 2? Yes. That is one of those unpatched things about Silent Hill HD Collection, especially Silent Hill 3. Things that have the like crawling, bleeding texture on them can just randomly turn blue. It can happen in the mirror room. It can happen to slurpers in Otherworld Brookhaven. It happens to the fetus in the ending of the game with Heather and Claudia. So yeah, that blue effect, that is that is a known issue with the HD collection. So let's see if this worked. Unequip. Do I have Heatherbeam? I have Heatherbeam now.
Sexy.
So there you go. You see? There's just like a little floating point up here.
Sexy.
Right up there. There's just like an invisible thing that Heather can lock onto, and the Heatherbeam will track it.
Sexy. Sexy. Sexy.
So there it is, Sin. Just for you.
Sexy.
Yeah, there it is. You can try to pinpoint it with the free cam.
Sexy.
Right there. So I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. It might just be like maybe where Vatiel was originally at. Maybe Heather was supposed to, you know, specifically turn and look more directly at them. And maybe they had to change kind of the layout or the position for visual reasons. Just to kind of make this look a little bit better, they lowered it down when they figured out, you know, because this is the default camera angle, so they probably had to reposition it to make it a little more nicer visually. But the lock-on point for Heather to, like, look at it is still offset.
Sexy beam.
There we go. Isn't that just a regular gun nurse? It is. So it could just be her. Like, these enemies normally have a hitbox and like a marker, you know, a flag that they can be locked onto. So maybe that's her being sort of her lock-on thing that's offset there. But yeah, it's one of the nurses in Brookhaven that uses the gun. Never get tired of the texture work in 3? Me neither. This game's areas and everything just look absolutely amazing. I love the environments. Try and get kind of a bigger picture view of this little area here. All the different layers of it. What is this? Floating around over here. Okay. I guess just like a random little shader. Something over there. I've never seen Sexy Beam, so that was a surprise to me, especially the fact that she literally says it. Oh yeah, hold on. This game has some of the craziest, like, unlockable stuff. So, you've got that, but then you have the... Technically, that's not the Sexy Beam, that's the Heather Beam. Or, excuse me, the Sexy Beam, but then you have the Heather Beam. So, if you equip Princess Heart, this specific outfit, Henshin, Japanese for transform, just like Kamen Rider, Sailor Moon, Sexy Beam Shupatsu. So yeah, then you are Princess Heart, and it also upgrades
Sexy beam.
the Heather Beam into the Sexy Beam.
Sexy beam. Sexy beam. Sexy beam.
So yeah, he says Sexy Beam when you're in costume, and then when you're out of the costume, it's the Heather Beam.
Sexy beam.
Oh, wait, she still says Sexy Beam.
Sexy beam.
The audio is different because I cheated it in. Huh. That's not how it behaves if you're on a regular New Game Plus playthrough. Her audio is different. If you're on Extra New Game, and you don't have the Princess Heart outfit equipped, she should say Heather Beam instead of Sexy Beam.
Sexy beam.
Interesting. I think that's only because I cheated it in that it's not like behaving correctly. Get our brass key. No, it wasn't me. Alessa wrote this a long time ago. That chapel altar. It wasn't the one beautiful chapel. It was some other altar somewhere else. Either having memories of the altars, the hidden church from Silent Hill 1 behind Green Lion Antiques. Never noticed the Silent Hill 1 Alessa pick on top of the shelf there? Yeah, there's a lot of little things like that here. This is like one of my favorite places. There's so many details in this. And I wish this game had more recreations of environments from Silent Hill 1. I really, really wish Silent Hill 3 had a bit more of this. Originally, I think that was the intention, but, you know, time and budget. Plus, they were basically making 2 games simultaneously. They were split between making Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. Pretty much right at the same time. But yeah, Dahlia and Alessa there, as well as the Olsen house. It is the Gillespie house, but the Gillespie house itself is based on a real world location called the Olsen house. So you have like a picture of that along with Dahlia and Alessa there. Of course, Alessa's bug collection, or moths and butterflies, along with a broken glass and missing specimen. Little nod towards the float stinger in Silent Hill 1. Did I do the same camera hack for Silent Hill 2 and 1 before this? No, I don't have the proper tools to have done this on any other games. A very long time ago, I was joined by a friend, Neko Run, aka Deep Game Research, and they do a lot of cam hacking and modding and stuff. We did a Silent Hill 2 playthrough many years ago, and that's on my YouTube channel. Just look up hacking Silent Hill 2 with Neko Run on my YouTube, and we do a lot of this same cam hacking, looking at Silent Hill 2 kind of like this. Not quite as in depth as I'm doing with 3, but we still look at a lot of really interesting stuff in 2 for that. Yeah, I really need to get a bot set up again, you guys. It's such a pain in the ass because, like, a lot of my bots and things that I was using before, I did all that through Stream Elements, and then I stopped using Stream Elements as it turned out, like, the owner was a huge piece of shit. A lot of the people who ran it were not good. So having, like, a standalone bot that works on Twitch is sort of weird. It's difficult to set up because I'm not tech savvy. And a lot of the people I know who have bots and stuff for their channels, they have somebody who like coded a bot specifically for them, and I can't do that. I miss Ankbot as well. I'm so sad that that got like absorbed into everything else instead of being a standalone thing, because I used to use that like way back in the day too. And yeah, you can't even use stuff like that anymore. Sorry, but because I don't have a bot, let me just pull up. I'll just link you the thing. Hacking Silent Hill 2 with Neko Run.
Music in there.
Oh my god, shut up. Shut up, past me and friends. There you go. So, link in chat right there. Hacking Silent Hill 2 if you want to take a look at some out of bounds cam hack stuff in Silent Hill 2, courtesy of our good friend Necorun. You can see a lot of these little drawings, Alessa's drawings and stuff on the floor. Somewhat reminiscent of like the dogs and the air screamers in Silent Hill 1. Giving the impression that Alessa, you know, these things are in her mind. The town was manifesting these things that she feared. And all these things that she drew. Are these real kids' drawings too? I don't know. I don't think so. Because these are based on drawings that you do find in Silent Hill 1. They're like repurposed textures. So the only one that I know is confirmed to be like an authentic child's drawing is the chapel map. But these I don't believe are, because they're artist recreations of drawings that you find in Silent Hill 1. This is a closet. It's meaningless to me. I don't have time to wax nostalgic over these old clothes. My clothes from when I was 7. They don't fit me now. Good thing, too. I don't know. Out of all the crazy costumes and unlockables and stuff that you get in this game, I'm almost a little bit surprised that there's not an Alessa costume. It's right there. Let Heather wear it. Be fine. Scribbling on the floor here is Alessa's. For some reason, she always drew monsters like this when she was alone. The shelves are jammed with books. The top shelf has books on religious teachings and textbooks, serious stuff. The other 2 shelves are full of fairy tale books like Oz and Alice. Here's Mother Goose and Cinderella. I used to love these. So again, you get this idea of Alessa's mind, you know, in the context of Silent Hill 1, religious books, you know, and fairy tales. So between the fairy tales, the storybooks, this is where the, you know, those ideas behind the puzzles being based on like Wizard of Oz characters finding the 3 keys to the eclipse, and it's the lion, the scarecrow, and the woodsman, or which is the Tin Man, finding, you know, the Alice in Wonderland puzzle in Alchemilla Hospital with the Cheshire Cat, Mock Turtle, Queen, and Mad Hatter plates that you have to place. So all of these aspects of those sort of storybooks being in Silent Hill 1, this gives that explanation, you know. These were the stories that Alessa liked when she was a child. These are the things that were in her mind that the town was manifesting into reality in Silent Hill 1. So the monsters that she drew, the books that she read, the bugs that she collected, everything comes from Alessa. This is some sort of landscape. Where is it from again? Well, doesn't matter. Is it? Niagara Falls? It looks like a big waterfall. It's the Devil's Pit. Deepest limestone sinkhole. Uh I never really got a good look at the dolls. I didn't realize how goofy their faces look. Like, again, this is like your normal camera angle. You don't really get to see them too great. Yeah, they're just chilling. There are playing cards on the floor. I used to play a lot. I remember little Claudia always had a hard time winning. That made her cry. I love this stuff because all these things are in this room in Silent Hill 1. The dolls, the cards, the drawings on the floor, the books on the shelf. All these things are there, but Harry Mason doesn't comment on them. Like, he doesn't understand Alessa well enough to know the significance of those things. So having this room like recreated for Silent Hill 3 and getting Heather to like examine and give context to these things, like, oh, here's cards. I played cards with Claudia as a kid. Like, Claudia would cry when she lost. It explains the picture card, the key card in scattered among the playing cards that you find in Midwich in Silent Hill 1, like little things like this to give context to things in Silent Hill 1 and make them more significant to the characters in the story. I love that stuff. Used to take these dolls with me when I went to bed. Scarlet and damn, I forgot the other one's name. In fact, I don't even know which one is Scarlet. Possibly where Silent Hill Homecoming got the inspiration for Scarlet, the porcelain doll boss, derived from Scarlet Fitch, Dr. Fitch's daughter who was sacrificed. So many cool little details. Here's the drawing block. With the absolute best drawing of Harry Mason anyone's ever done. This is my sketchbook from 17 years ago. On the front cover here is a picture of Dad. Really awful work. What's this doing here? And that's our hint for the tarot card puzzle for the door. At least that's the hint that it gives you on Easy Riddle. You just have to match the pictures. Biblically accurate Harry Mason. And not mirrored. Yeah. In Silent Hill 1, they show this drawing block as being mirrored. In fact, if you look at it, before I examine it, it shows it the way it appears in Silent Hill 1. You can see the texture has the gibberish. It says like Cowiger. It's like Caowigr. Dinok, Dinok, or UK. I think OK. It's just like, it looks like gibberish. It's supposed to say drawing block and then be mirrored, but I don't know what happened with the texture in the original game, but it just is like nonsense. But this is the way that it looks. with the drawing and everything. And then when you, I guess now when I examine it, it won't show the cover. Yeah, it's just going to show the inside. But when I examined it the first time and it showed the cover, it was just, it corrected it. It actually said drawing block. According to Masahiro Ito, that was the first concept art ever created for Harry Mason. Yep, just the little face with a big old smile. Giant oval eyes. Very heavily adapted since then. If you watch the Silent Hill 1 pre-release E3 trailer, the cutscene shows it saying drawing block perfectly. Also true, Yoshio. And I think it's different on the trade demo, I want to say. Some of the demos, it's different compared to the retail versions. I don't know what's up with the drawing block. I don't know why that texture is like sometimes correct and sometimes gibberish. There's like a few slight different variations of it. How dare you? How dare you? Just give him the beams. Ooh. This room applies the like blurry filter whenever the light goes off. I don't remember that being a thing. Like, they do this visual effect in another room nearby, but it like clears up once you kill the monsters, and it's not really dependent on your light being on or off. Kind of weird. Oh. Assuming that's supposed to be Lisa. From what I understand, there's not really a confirmation on the bloody footprints. I always assumed, I mean, it could be. It's leading between, you know, the room that Alessa would have been taken into to be cared for. I think Ito referenced it as such. I know Ito referenced the nurse in Otherworld Brookhaven as being Lisa. Like, that's the only Lisa reference in Silent Hill 3 that I know of from Ito's comments. When you see the Fukuro nurse, when you first go to the Otherworld in Brookhaven, Ito commented that that nurse was originally supposed to be Lisa. It happens right after a flashback sequence where Heather has a flashback to Lisa, and it's the scene where she's trying to quit, trying to tell Kaufman that she's quitting from Silent Hill 1. And then immediately after, there's like a big ladder that you climb up with Vatiel spinning a valve and a nurse. So that nurse Ito has said was supposed to be Lisa, but they didn't have time to model Lisa for PlayStation 2, and they couldn't use the PS1 model, obviously, so they used the Fukuro nurse model as like a stand-in, kind of like a placeholder. But the intention was that that was originally supposed to be Lisa. That's the only Lisa like connection from Ito's commentary that I'm aware of off the top of my head. I don't remember him ever saying anything about these like footsteps. But again, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is. I've always sort of thought the crying would more allude towards Alessa herself. But yeah. Alessa wouldn't really be walking around either, would she? After her burns. Lisa would make sense. They also appear to be like trying to compare to like the size of Heather's boots here. Are these children's footprints or adult footprints? They do look more like adult size footprints. Sounds like heels too. That it does. All right. Well, enough about things we could speculate on back and forth. Those footsteps belong to somebody. But that's not important. We've got a free camera and we can look at stuff like this. That's the point of this playthrough. How much above the leg do you think is behind the curtain? A little bit more leg than I would have thought, considering what's visible. Now it just looks goofy. I'm here to ruin stuff for you. But look, they have knees. I guess you can still kind of see that, but here's the default camera. Like, that's kind of as close as you can look by default. What's back here? This also goes much further back than I would expect it to. Even got this like little below the ground section here. Yeah, same model and animation of Vatiel as Otherworld Brookhaven when we see him spinning the valve the first time. I guess this is just supposed to be like some kind of a metal plate. Nah, it still looks like paper. I don't know. That still looks like just a folded piece of paper with like writing. To me, this always looked like a note. This thing right here used to frustrate me. To some degree still frustrates me because there's no way to actually get over there. Like there's no way to ever get over to that area. And to me, this always looked like something you're supposed to pick up. Like I'm like, that looks like a paper that you should be able to examine. It looks like a note. Why can't I go get that note? Was wondering whether the red save squares in Silent Hill 2 are made of paper or possibly solid plates. Yeah, it's not. Even stuff like that, it's not really specific or easy to tell. A lot of times it looks sort of glossy. Like, I don't know, not quite paper. Not even Vatiel can read that note. Vatiel can't read. Light bulb. A light bulb in a light that with the default camera we literally cannot see. We cannot see into that little side area whatsoever. But now you know. There's a lamp. There's a light here. Oh, I'm also back in the default outfit. I want to go back to being a god of thunder. God of Thunder skin is more like Silent Hill camo. Kinda, yeah. It makes you match the rusty, dried blood, dried flesh type of color palette. Also, I went through the wall before opening this up, and yeah, this little hallway was over here. Already rendered behind the wall. Another Silent Hill 1 area that was recreated. Again, I really wish we had more of this. Really wish there were more Silent Hill 1 locations in this game. It's a shame time and budget kind of prevented that. Even as great as this game is. Never really tell what was going on in this painting before, but yeah, you've got like a figure lying here. Naked person lying here. On their back. Missed opportunity to not to have a Silent Hill 1 remake on PS2. Not even a full remake, but just a few more areas, a few more locations. Go through Alchemilla instead of Brookhaven. Things that are a little more Silent Hill 1 specific. Handgun bullet. Some kind of drug here. No name, but there's just a name on the label. No description or anything. Too risky. Never mind. Don't worry, that just says Tylenol. It's fine. Classic Silent Hill 1 photo of Alessa. Our last ampules in the game. Accidentally examined a book. That's fine. I got the Fool Tarot card. This book. I feel like I have to read it, but at the same time, I don't want to. Aglaophatus. Red liquid or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name's taken from an herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. It is said to grow in Arabian deserts. May be vaporized or applied as a poultice to guard against demons. It is powerful, but as it is rare, it is extremely difficult to obtain. That's supposed to give you your clue as a player. If you played Silent Hill 1 and you know, if you remember what Aglaophatus is from that game, that should ring a bell as a player playing this. And then if you examine the pendant that Heather has had this whole time, that her dad gave her, that Harry gave her, there's a jewel inside like a little red tablet. So that is Aglaophatus. I wonder why I feel sick inside when I look at it. So even just by looking at it, she starts to feel sick inside. The god inside of her that's growing is having a reaction to the presence of Aglaophatus just by looking at it. That's a fun word. Aglaophatus. I thought I got rid of that. Aglaopahotus. I don't remember that last part of text. Does it update? I think it does, actually. Because when you examine it the first time around, like early in the game, I think it just says, jewel inside, little red tablet. Dad says that it's just a lucky charm. Told me, take good care of it and never take it off. I think that's where the description ends early in the game. And then after a certain point, this line gets added. I'll have to double check that, though. Technically, we can just check that real quick. Make a save state. Let me load an early file. Second floor storeroom. Very beginning of the game. But after the nightmare, because during the nightmare, you don't have the necklace in your inventory. Jewel inside. Lucky charm. Don't take it off. No final line. So that line gets added at some point in the game. If I had to guess, it probably happens after Harry dies? Let's try at the motel. Just after that scene. Like, once you're in Silent Hill, does it change? Jewel inside. Lucky charm. Don't take it off. No final note. Later than the motel. After... After Brookhaven, maybe. Because Heather gets like a cutscene where she doubles over in pain when you first arrive at Lakeside Amusement Park. Cool inside, Lucky Charm. Now we get it. Now we get it. I think it's when you get to Lakeside. I think it's once you get back to where you started. In like, because that is the start of the game, is the nightmare. It's the beginning of Lakeside Amusement Park. So getting to that point in reality is probably that trigger where the description changes. And again, there's a scene of Heather like doubling over in pain and clutching her stomach and then realizing that she's in the amusement park, and she goes, "Oh hell," like when you first get here. So that is probably the turning point where the description changes. Just to be sure, I can check Brookhaven. This should be right before Leonard. No final note. So yeah. It's once you get back to Lakeside Amusement Park in reality. The description on it changes. Mystery solved. And we're back. But there we go. That was something that I actually was not sure of, and now I am more well informed to talk about that on future playthroughs. So I'm glad we started discussing that. Thanks for bringing that up, because that sort of stuff is fun to figure out. Little item descriptions changing as the game goes on. Very similar to like Mary's letter, Silent Hill 2. Wonder if it's because the god can feel the effects against it. Maybe that's why it makes her feel sick when she looks at it. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Minimoto. The idea that just by looking at it, you know, the god can feel its presence. It's reacting to it. Yeah, you influenced the Nub canon. The Nub Zombie interactive live experience. Why we're here. This is still just one of the coolest, like, visuals in the series. It's just so creepy and weird. Very unsettling, just seeing the girl's legs with like the streaks of blood and stuff, just dangling and sort of kicking back and forth. Vatiel. kind of the obscurity from the curtains, but it still sort of makes it feel almost like, I don't know, like a dress or a gown. It's really unsettling visuals. That's the type of stuff that really, especially in the early games, the first 4 games, like that was something Team Silent did really well. A lot of the later games didn't do so good with the more like, I don't know how to describe it. It's very... Oh. Why am I charging Heather Beam and also shotgun? Also, why am I bothering with a shotgun, I guess, if I have beams? Okay. Time to backtrack a little bit. Yeah, so this room is going to be different now, and we can already see this hallway is different. Floor is now bleeding and crawling. You have these, like, creeping blood patterns on the walls. You can even see there's also a burning texture. We'll see it in a little bit more proper form once we get over here. Yeah, all these effects are utilized in the mirror room as well. Go over there. Very specific visual effects in this room that change when you kill the enemies. There you go. Love details like that. Really cool stuff. Always just ran through this room? Yeah. It's very easy to just want to run past and avoid all this stuff, but yeah, if you take the time to stop and kill these things and watch the textures, see that very unique effect. It feels like it's intentional, Pablo, but you never know. Could be something not an effect not like dissipating the way it's supposed to or something. Never seen this before, Yoshio? I don't get to really show the room from the angle that I was at, but I've definitely shown this off in past playthroughs, story playthroughs and stuff. Really like that effect. Got Vatiel crawling around in these little crawl spaces, whatever they are. Pablo. Is that Bach? Of course it is. One day he'll find his contact lens. Aw, shit. Vatiel backshots POV. Look out. I didn't spawn the scraper in? Oh no, he did spawn in. He just died. He was like right there. Once you walk past a certain point, like right here on this hallway, it spawns this scraper in behind you. But the Heather Beam, since it's that version of it tracks, it like split up and killed both of them. Midwich! Look at this wolf. That is a texture taken directly out of Silent Hill 1. All these little details, little references to Silent Hill 1 Midwich. Again, these are my favorite parts of Silent Hill 3. The recreated environments right down to some of these textures from Silent Hill 1. Lizard. But I love this wolf drawing. This wolf drawing is so iconic, even in Dead by Daylight, in the Midwich map, this texture is there. Props to Behavior for like including little details like this. As a Silent Hill fan, I love the Midwich map in Dead by Daylight. I love all the little Easter eggs and details and stuff. As a Dead by Daylight player with like 4,000 hours, I fucking hate Midwich. It's a shame that one of my favorite maps visually and as a fan is also one of my absolute least favorite maps to play on. Yeah, it's a visually fantastic map, but the gameplay on Midwich is so bad. You don't play Nurse, so you don't like it. Exactly. Nurse and Hag are like the only two characters, the only two killers that can really enjoy. Survivors and every other killer, you're gonna have a bad time. Harry skin in Dead by Daylight? I wish. I would love some more Silent Hill character skins. Don't you want my money, behavior? And Konami? Put Harry in there. Put Vincent in there. Put Kaufman in there. Yeah, sure. Put Eddie in there. Put Dahlia. Let me run around as a little barefoot old lady doing gyromancy. Every time I spin a killer, I can call it gyromancy. Come on, behavior. I would pay you $15 to run around as a barefoot little old lady cultist and spin killers and call it gyromancy. That is well worth $15. At least to me. Ow. This is just a troll room. Just a bunch of scrapers and nothing else. It's a few rooms like that throughout Silent Hill 3. It's just a room with nothing but enemies. Pew pew pew. Oh no. The battery in my smoke alarm is dying. I just heard it chirp. You've got almost 7,000 hours in that game in Dead by Daylight? Damn. That's a lot of hours. Like I said, I'm sitting around 4,000 hours, and that's over the course of like 8 years. That's since launch. Trying to see if there's anything else around this room, but I think it's just a big square creepy crawly room with some scrapers in it. They just nerfed my boy Billy. Yeah, Billy is my main as well. Billy, Pyramid Head, and probably Michael Myers are like my 3 most played killers. But yeah, Billy and Pyramid Head by a long shot. Billy overall, just because on launch there's only 3 killers, and Billy was the most fun to me. Insta-downs and tons of mobility. All about it. Our High Priestess card. Go zoomies and flick around corners. Launch Billy, early DBD Billy was so fun. When there was flick, and there were so many little quirks to him that eventually got, patched out or changed, but he was so much fun. One of the things I never hear Billy mains talk about from back in the day, they're very early on, like 2016, you used to be able to break pallets during the chainsaw's cooldown after a miss. So you could chainsaw towards somebody on a loop, and even if you missed, you could walk towards the pallet. You can take a few steps while you're in your miss cooldown animation. And if you walked close enough to the pallet, it would do a saw animation. That was one of those 2016 Billy quirks that I really, really liked. Yeah, kind of similar to how Bubba Tantrum is now. But Billy used to be able to do something similar that I really liked that. Here's the birthday card. To little Claudia. So from Alessa to Claudia. Happy 6th birthday. I love you as if you were my real sister. Here's to you. So just to try to emphasize how close Alessa and Claudia were. And Alessa's supposed to be older than Claudia by a little bit. So if Claudia just turned 6, presumably that would mean that Alessa is 7. So this would have been the last thing that Alessa would have been able to give Claudia before she would have been burned. Claudia's diary. Again, I don't know what it is about the ambient sound and stuff here. It's just almost like wind blowing by outside kind of a feeling, but very haunting. The name Claudia Wolf is written very small on the cover. Looks like this is her diary. Aren't you underground? This entire place is nonsense. We are not in any sort of logical place of reality. This church presumably really exists somewhere, but not you think we literally rode hundreds of meters into the earth on a carousel elevator into an underground church. At this point, the other world is just, reality is broken. This is like Nowhere at the end of Silent Hill 1, where one moment you're in Midwich, then you go through a door and you're in Alchemilla. Reality is breaking down, and the physical space that you are in is not making logical sense anymore. So there's no trying to make rational sense of this as being underground or anything. We are essentially in nowhere. We are in an amalgamation of places born from memories sitting inside of a void. November 10th. She didn't die then. She was born. I knew that for a fact. But then why haven't I found her yet? They were supposed to need her power to build paradise for the happiness of the people. She was supposed to be reborn for that. I'd really like to see her. So it's kind of like the progression of Claudia's mindset. She just misses her friend Alessa. She was supposed to be reborn, and that didn't happen. At least not to Claudia's knowledge initially. November 14th. Read the Book of Praise. I want to thank Father for lending me such an invaluable book. Father's capitalized. I'm not sure if this is meant to mean like this was lent to her by her actual father, Leonard Wolf, or a member of the church, like a member of the cult. I found what I'd been searching for in there, How to Awaken God, but it's much too cruel. Will I be able to pull it off when I see her? So by that point, Claudia again, she's trying to figure out, based on her faith, what would she do? And sacrificing someone to be, to birth a god, all of the aspects that sort of go along with that. Claudia herself, thought that was much too cruel and questions whether or not she could even do it. November 16th. I was free all day, so I read A Modern History of Refugees and Young Slaves' Child Exploitation. I don't want to be a mere bystander in this world. I can't do anything now, though, and that's what's hard. So she starts learning more and more about sort of the suffering that exists in the world. And it motivates her even more to sort of pursue this idea of finding Alessa, finding the reincarnation, birthing the god, and letting humanity get wiped off the earth and go to paradise. Because it's better than living with child slaves and, all these horrible things that she's aware of, this suffering that she's aware of in the world. You can understand Claudia's motivations. She's not just like inherently evil. She's not just like crazy cultist who wants the world to end. She kind of has somewhat noble ambitions. She doesn't like that there is so much hate and pain and suffering in the world, but her solution to that is everyone die. Everyone go to heaven, but everyone die. Not heaven, but paradise, cult's version of that idea. A bit off topic, but where does the timeline roughly for Silent Hill 4 line up? I get confused when Walter talks about Dahlia. But also Harry's dad says his son's missing, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like, there was never any specific timeline given for the series. It was something that was always intended, at least from Team Silent's point of view, for the first 4 games. It was meant to be left intentionally vague. Other than Silent Hill 3 having a very definitive, 17-year timeline jump from Silent Hill 1 to Silent Hill 3, but, specific years and things, Team Silent specifically never gave concrete timelines for that reason. If you try to line up stories as best as you can, I mean, keep in mind, it's not like Team Silent didn't have 1, 2, 3, and 4 written and ready to go back in 1998, 1999, sitting around boy, I hope we get to make all 4 of these and see how, fans enjoy them all lining up in a perfect timeline. No, they made the first game and it did well, and Konami is make another one. So they come up with something, they make that one. They try to make it connect, but not everything connects. You make a third one, you make a fourth one, same thing. So it was never intended to be such a concrete, specific timeline outside of 1 and 3. As far as Walter, it gets even more confusing because you have Walter mentioned in Silent Hill 2. The timeline and course of events is sort of somewhat retconned for Silent Hill 4. There's the period of time between Walter dying and then his ghost having the ability to start killing people again. There's a 10-year jump, because remember in Silent Hill 4, Joseph Schreiber and the police reports are thinking that it's a copycat at first, because Walter died 10 years ago, according to their writings. So it's like, it's even more further along in the timeline than you would realize, you know, because there's that 10-year jump of Walter dying and then coming back and finishing the 21 Sacraments. It gets complicated. Sorry to go off on like a whole thing there, but without like a real answer to your question. But yeah. Timeline for Silent Hill is nebulous at best. It's best not to kind of worry about it too much outside of things that the games or the devs specifically tell you, you know? Like, Silent Hill 3 is 17 years after Silent Hill 1. That time is very specific and needed for the story and characters and everything to line up and make sense, but everything else is very, very whatever, you know? Like, oh, okay, Frank Sunderland talks about James going missing, right? We don't know James and Frank Sunderland's relationship. We don't know how estranged from his father James is. The disappearing from Frank's perspective could just be when James and Mary went and got married. Maybe they went and eloped without telling Frank. Maybe Frank was kept out of the loop. And that was before they even went to Silent Hill the first time on vacation, let alone James going missing after killing Mary. Who's to say? There's no specific. It's literally just Frank Sunderland going, you know, I haven't seen my son. There's no way to like kind of work that into a timeline, you know, in a way that really makes sense, I guess. Here's the unique effects in this room again. Even though the enemies are dead, this effect has reset. Oh, and there it starts to clear. Oh, and it kind of gets intense again. I couldn't remember if this actually goes back to the circle pattern the second time. I thought it did. But this time looks like it might be just kind of on a loop. The main thing I don't get about people like Claudia in the Silent Hill world is how did they think their god would be any good when they have seen the other world and how bizarre it looks? Do they see something different that looks nicer? That's the only thing I don't get. Maybe they see their god as something beyond their understanding, but besides that, Claudia has an understandable goal. The world is full of bad. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Silent Hill and sort of the way that it's structured and I guess the story and stuff is explained, a lot of it has to do with perspective. Like, the town is essentially taking things that are in your mind and making them real. And it's different a bit from game to game. Sometimes it's a literal just fear. I am afraid of dogs, so the town manifests a dog monster to torment me. Sometimes, it is something like the puzzles, taking a storybook that Alessa read, Alice in Wonderland, and then creating items in the world that are references to that aspect. So for the cult, like, their perspective, their belief shapes how they see what is manifested, like what they see through their faith. What they believe in is what they see. So for them, if they believe that it is a god, that it is paradise, that these are angels, that's probably how they perceive them, as long as that is what they believe. Because it is like, for example, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 2 is probably one of the better examples to explain like a manifestation, how it works with different people. And keep in mind, Silent Hill 2 kind of works differently from the other games, so it may not necessarily apply to all scenarios and games, but think about Angela and James and the Abstract Daddy. Masahiro Ito has confirmed and said on Twitter and stuff that, like, Angela does not see the Abstract Daddy. She sees it as something else. The manifestation is there. It's something created by the town that is physically there, but James and the player are seeing it as a creature. The Abstract Daddy, like, what versus Angela seeing her father, Thomas Orozco. Like, it's not confirmed. Ito didn't specifically confirm what Angela sees, but based on the context of Angela screaming, "No, Daddy, please don't," before you enter the room for that boss fight and stuff, she is likely seeing the manifestation as her father. Whereas James and the player, you don't ever know Angela's father. You don't know what he looks like. You don't see him. So instead, you perceive the creature as what Angela's father represents to her in sort of a new form. So the manifestation's there. Angela is seeing it as her father, like as a person. James and the player are seeing a monster. So in that same regard, imagine from the cult's perspective, who very fervently believe in these gods and deities, the manifestation that would be in front of Heather, or anyone that would be seeing this nightmare filled with monsters, to a cult member who thinks this is paradise and thinks these are deities and angels, they probably see them as that. Or even just people, you know? Similar to the missionaries and scrapers, where they just sort of resemble humans. Because obviously the spiritual power can manifest people as well. More than just monsters, it can create humans, or things that resemble humans. Maria in Silent Hill 2 is the perfect example. She is a manifestation. She's not a real person. She is an idealized version of Mary from James's mind. And nobody in Silent Hill 2 but James gets to perceive her. You never see Laura interact with her. You never see Angela interact with her, or Eddie interact with her, because she's not real in that sense. She's a manifestation. So to James, she looks like Maria. To those characters, she would probably resemble something else. Or to someone like Laura, not be perceived at all. right. We're pretty much on the last little stretch of the game here. So, Fool, Moon, Eye of Night, Hanged Man, Priestess. Makes me wonder, did Eddie see the monsters as bullies? You see that in Silent Hill 2. The corpses of quote-unquote people that Eddie has shot, the legs sticking out of the refrigerator when you meet Eddie in the apartments, the shot-up corpse on the cafeteria table in the prison cafeteria when you meet Eddie with the revolver then. Those are manifestations. Those corpses are not real people. Those are people that were manifested that Eddie perceived as bullies. They were making fun of him with their eyes, that sort of thing. And he retaliated by shooting them and killing them. Masahiro Ito, again, confirmed that Eddie never killed any real person. He shot a person and he killed a dog. But the people who he was shooting while he was in Silent Hill, those corpses that you're finding, are not real people. Those are confirmed to be manifestations. So that is what Eddie was seeing. He was seeing bullies. Or at least what he perceived as that. He must have seen some sort of monsters as well. That's what he also says to James. Like, James asks him if he's seen the red pyramid thing. And Eddie's like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I did see some weird looking monsters. So Eddie is also seeing some sort of creatures on top of just the people who he sees as bullying him. But yeah, we just never get to see that perspective. We don't really get to see Eddie's full perspective of reality around him. I don't want a top-down view of all this, these hallways. Although even just the default camera, these little like static camera like cuts around each little turn in this hallway, I really like. Very cinematic style angle, very reminiscent of the Silent Hill 1 alleyway during the intro. Very, very similar camera. This over the head. In fact, is this the same? I think it kind of follows the same path that Harry does take in that nightmare sequence. You would go through the gate, you'd walk up here, you would have the wheelchair and garbage cans in the corner. Harry would take out his lighter right about here. Very similar camera angle. Walk this way. There's a gurney in the hallway. You have the overhead panning shot. Really, really similar layout. and camera work to Silent Hill 1 there. Giant metal fan, which you can see is actually 2 fans. There's like 2 sets of blades here. Again, very similar. Another imagery, bit of imagery that's pretty common across the series, but in Silent Hill 1 and Midwich, there is a giant fan near the entrance in the Otherworld version of Midwich. Very reminiscent of this. Harry makes a comment about being sucked in if he gets too close. There's a huge fan here. I can't get through. More of these little light fixtures on the sides of the walls. Oh, look at the angle from this side. When you turn the flashlight on. Just with the shadows like streaking down the hallway. Sorry, I like trying to get little cinematic shots and stuff with this when I can.
What do I want? Well, for the 2 of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like Alessa 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home. This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn.
Again, that
Although
painting we saw earlier
this atrocious scenery
with
is
this
all
elliptical hole in the ground. The 2 cultists walking in front of it, being foreshadowed.
Well, the guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
You'll go to hell!
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a god born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
It's such a good line delivery. Good line, great delivery. All right. Look around a little. Ah! Sorry. Ah! Sorry. Them toes. Here you go, chat. Here's the thumbnail. Just censor it, blur it out. Oh, Vincent. Oh no, I took too long looking at Vincent. Yeah, if you don't do anything there long enough, then that happens. Also, if you try to attack Claudia, that happens. Make that a little easier. So I don't have to worry about dying over and over here while I look at stuff. Vincent's face. Oh no! See, oh, there's the rest of the knife. It's actually got blood textured on it. Even the part that's like in his model that you can't see. Zombie Claudia. Claudia really is like hyperventilating or something there. This room actually have full paintings? That's what I'm saying. There's so much detail. Yeah, you've got these paintings, the same like Stations of the Cross style story of the cult belief paintings that you find in the first area of the chapel. So all that is here. The design of this room, by the way, with these like rows of seats and the pillars and everything, Team Silent designed this area based around British Parliament. Like the architecture and stuff of it and the layout of the seats around the central floor was the motivation for like designing this room. the rest of the paintings on this side. I know, Claudia, I know. Okay. I should still be able... The only thing is, everything else in this room will still be here. Except for Claudia and Vincent's model. Let's just look around at them a little more here before I continue. Even just like the scuffed bottoms of his shoes. Crazy, crazy levels of detail. These character models. There's the feetsies. Just like Dahlia. No time for shoes. All right. Aglophatus. Nom nom nom.
What are you doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow? What is this?
Looks like God didn't make it.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
Alessa, you cannot kill God. I will... I will burn God. If you can't do it, Alessa, I will.
Claudia! Claudia!
All right. That's a spicy meatball. Sure is, Yoshio. let's see. What do we have new? The tiny little pool of blood where the god fetus got coughed up. And it's just enough for you to walk in it and make bloody footprints behind you. That's funny. Usually, like, when you kill an enemy, that's the kind of blood effect on your footsteps and stuff that you'll get. Yeah, Vincent's body. We see Claudia's body get snatched, obviously, but Vincent just kind of vanishes. No, Vincent's body just kind of vanished. You don't see it go anywhere in the cutscene. They may have forgotten about Vincent. No ceiling or anything. Again, so many of the areas in Silent Hill 3, like these rooms and stuff, are so much taller. Oh, I didn't mean to go in. That's fine. We saw the things. Time to look at the boss arena. The real last area of the game. Look around at the boss in this arena up close.
Can't be dead. I was gonna kill you. This is God?
Nope, I didn't mean to sexy beam. It's fine. Yeah, you can shoot your fire at me. I don't care. Wait, let me check my health. Yeah, we're good. Let's see, very sort of reminiscent, kind of a mixture of Alessa and Heather and Claudia. Little stumpy legs. Little bony, stumpy bottom half. Kind of getting the idea that, you know, the boss was not born correctly. The way that it was supposed to be. Through the vessel, through Heather, like it was supposed to be. Does this put me... Yeah, it should put me right here. And again, just what a cool, like, boss arena. Claudia's clothes and everything still on the ground. Reverse side of the arena is just like a big void. I think Ito said somewhere on Twitter the roof is meant to be an eye scleria. That I could definitely sort of see this. That view. There we go. There's the the Book of Memories angle. Oh, that's cool. Kind of seeing the view of the top. Oh, the fire comes all the way up too. Oh, you can see the mouth opening and closing under the veil. All right. I think that's about it. I think that's about all the things in the environment and the boss that we can really look at. Now it's time to end this. We might as well end it as appropriately as possible. Wait a second, God, I gotta transform. How much sexiness can she take? A lot, apparently. How is she handling all of these sexy beams? There we go. Needed a final katana stab in the face. That did it. All right. Enjoy the ending. That is the Silent Hill 3 cam hack playthrough concluded. I hope you all enjoyed.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits. Not yet. You're still alive.
Heather.
Just a joke.
You've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Heather, did
You
you...
don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
You want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
So outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. Then he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. So outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. When he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. 420 dead birds, they bleed upon the nest. There was no time for reasons. They had no sign of the threat. Now it's too late for me. This town will eventually take me. Too late for me. This town will win.
Through this fog they came along, dark creatures singing a terrible song. The rest of the bar laughed at him. Only I felt my own grief too. They found him dead the very next day. No more stories from him, I heard him say. We blamed bad luck for his fate. Only I felt terror so great.
She and he will know that someday all things will end. That misty night, that dismal moon, the dead search for their kin, while angels sleep in endless dark. The dead seek out sin.
All right. Just another 20-hour, 45-minute long Silent Hill 3 playthrough. No big deal. Really took our time going through that, looking around with the cam. Found some things that nobody else online had ever seemed to have document anywhere, so that was always fun. Got to look at some details that I knew about from other cam hack things, but see them for myself. Got some really great cinematic shots and screenshots and little clips of things from perspectives that you wouldn't normally be able to get. I very, very thoroughly enjoyed this. This has been a really fun series. Going through this game, you know, as many times as I have. It can be easy for a lot of people to get burned out on these things, and admittedly, I get burned out from time to time too, but stuff like this, these kind of playthroughs really remind me, you know, how much appreciation I have for, like, the environments, the character models, the art, the effort. I think that's the biggest thing with the original 4 Silent Hill games. The creativity and the effort that went into them, you can just feel it. You can really, really tell that it's there. And the more I delve into these games, look at them from new perspectives like this, kind of reminds me of that really high level of quality, that high mark of artistry, and just a really damn well-made game. One of my favorite games. Just getting to see it from a new perspective is always fun. Thank you so much to everybody for joining me for this. I really, really hope you all enjoyed it.